Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. Scott and Gabby with you. It's a big money day. You feeling it?
Big money, big, huge.
Pulls are already giant when it comes to the Pick 6 and the Toyota Super High Five.
It's been crazy. The payouts have been awesome. It's been hard to string together specifically 6 races in the last 2 days as the reason why we have this Pick 6 carryover. But no, it's been a lot of fun.
Turf Pick 3 on Sunday paid $5,000. Turf Pick 3 yesterday paid $10,000.
Yes, it did. It's the best wager worldwide. Hear me now.
Worldwide. I cannot argue with that, and I like to argue with you, Gabby.
Thank you. I think this is one thing we can agree on.
Special event of the day, it's the money in the pools. Pick 6 carryover, 2-day Pick 6 carryover from Sunday to Wednesday to now Thursday. $286,380 starts race number 4. $1 minimum wager for the Pick 6. Get involved. We'll have our thoughts on the Pick 6 later on in the program, and then Toyota Super High Five carryover from yesterday's nightcap into today's nightcap, $7,022. Get tied on as we get set for a big Thursday 9-race card as we're down to the final 2 days of racing. Closing day tomorrow, Keeneland April sale tomorrow, busy day tomorrow here at Keeneland. Really? Early start time tomorrow, by the way. Don't forget, we begin the races tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern time.
Thank you for telling me that. Can I get a reminder tomorrow morning as well?
Well, we start today at Keeneland at 11:30.
Okay, so that doesn't...
just be on time for that.
I just have to be on time.
You'll be here.
All right.
Let's go back to yesterday's racing and going to race number 4. Relapaco Verde, McPeak Hernandez, 26-1, holding off the Chad Brown runner. And this was the start of that $10,000 $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 sequence.
Things would have played out very differently in the Pick 6, I think, if that Chad Brown horse won the head bob. But that horse didn't. Here's Holy Foley winning the subsequent race, or I should say the 6th race for trainer Brian Lynch and Johnny Velasquez. This horse went off at odds of 9-2, so still I think we're looking at the 3rd choice. Exceed went on to win race 7. Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr. I mean, Chad Brown, he's just been, I know he did suffer that narrow defeat a little bit earlier, but man, this was an impressive return to the races for Exceed. And then this horse is probably why we have this Pick 6 carryover, because, 20-1 wire-to-wire winner in the nightcap?
I don't know that it was quite 20-1. I think that first
12-1.
But it was another situation where the Chad Brown favorite was running, didn't quite get there. So that's how you get a $10,000 payoff in the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, beating 2 heavy Chad Brown favorites in those sequences. And then also, when you look at the Pick 6, I believe, was the 2-year-old race involved in that? I can't recall from yesterday. It wasn't.
I don't believe so.
That was a Wesley Ward trainee that was defeated by Steve Asmussen at 9-1, but that obviously not part of it. But still, some big payoffs yesterday. So looking forward to today, as we're going to take a check at the trainer jockey standings as it stands with 2 race days left, 19 races total, and Tyler Gaffleone and Irad Ortiz Jr., 15 wins apiece atop the jockey table. Jose 2 off the pace. Saez and Velasquez sit in 4th and 5th. And then Chad Brown, he's 2 away from Wesley Ward, as Wesley failed to extend his lead yesterday with that heavy favorite in the 2-year-old race.
He still has some 2-year-olds present today. He has some really nice horses even outside of that today and tomorrow. So, Chad could have a good day today or tomorrow. I haven't run the numbers yet, but Wesley Ward, I would say, is in a really good spot there. Now, the jockey race is going to get tight because all it takes is one good day from any of the top 3 jockeys in order to take this title.
Let's take a look at our track condition. Actually, before we get to track conditions, there's always something that I skip over.
It's okay. You've been solid this week.
WKYT with our weather.
It is going to be a nice day out of Keeneland for us. Dry and temperatures that will likely get back in the 60s. So that certainly helps. So we didn't start off with any early morning rain or anything like that. We're nice from beginning to end as far as race conditions are concerned. As you'll see those numbers jumping into the 60s as we head into the afternoon and evening hours, probably topping out low 60s, below average, but certainly a comfortable feel. A little bit of wind, maybe 10, 15 miles per hour, but it shouldn't be a major factor out there as we are tracking some of those races. And good luck to you.
All right, time now for our track conditions.
He said it's comfortable out, and I'm going to throw you under the bus. I see hand warmers over there, and I'm like,
2 hand warmers.
What is going on here?
And a pair of gloves under the desk. Will you just be nice? I'm cold. Is it okay to be cold? Fast and Firm today, presented by John Deere. Our track conditions, that will not change. Full card selections. Let's get after it. 9 race card. Download the Keeneland Race Day app right now to stay current with all of these full card selections and all the brilliant comments on the website as well.
You just didn't feel like sending in a third selection for the third?
What happened?
No, it is a scratch down field. I don't think there's even trifecta. I'm kidding. It's a graphical error. There we go. You like 1, 5, 6. And it's a small field, but look at how we differ in our selections. That's kind of a reoccurring theme throughout the afternoon. I don't think we agree on one race, Scott, which is kind of surprising because some of these fields were scratched down to somewhat smaller fields, but I think they're still puzzles in that. And we'll touch on some of them, but they're not like, we're not going to have a heavy favorite that is logical, I think, today.
The first leg of the pick six is tough, right? Is it not the first or second leg of the pick six? There's a few of them that are just, there's not a lot of clarity, and you have to go
2-year-old race
deep.
Earlier. It's really challenging.
At Keeneland Racing on X, give us a follow on social media, Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland, X for FanDuel TV. It's at FanDuel TV, FanDuel TV Plus app, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, your favorite connected device. It's your home television at home or wherever you have a television. And make sure you download it on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. There's TVs everywhere.
There is, everywhere. Here?
Yeah, we've got them all over the place.
Yeah.
Just connect it. Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. Our featured event, race number 8, an allowance race, first level allowance condition, 3-year-old fillies, 1 mile and 3/16. Scratch the 3 and the number 7 horse. Style points. The 9 runner is the morning line choice at odds of 2-1. I'd say she's probably the favorite for Cheyenne Stables, bred by Candy Meadows, daughter of Oscar Performance, who broke her maiden at Gulfstream in start 2 of her career, and she exits consecutive Grade 3 races down in South Florida between Gulfstream Park and over at Tampa Bay Downs, and that's where I go. This is a filly that's going to get to go longer here today. She's got the pedigree and I think the style to go ahead and handle it, and here's her last race in the Grade 3 Florida Oaks, where she ends up finishing second. She's in those emerald green silks of Cheyenne Stables, and she's in between horses at this point, going to end up finishing second. While she's in that battle, she'll pass that filly who's just down to her inside to get that second money. So I think the longer distance will be a plus. I can't imagine the pace will be nearly as fast as what she has seen in her recent races. So give me style points on top. Joel Rosario for Christophe Clement, the number 5 horse. Royal Wind Tour, is that your phone? Okay. Royal Wind Tour, Grand Motion is the second choice for me. Daughter of DeMarsley out of a Royal Academy, First Dam. That's distance pedigree. And then the number 1 horse, Sassy Princess. She's a speed threat. I think she can get out there and get comfortable and potentially spring an upset, another offspring of Cairo Prince in these turf races here at Keeneland. So 9-5-1, my top 3 for the featured race. Not really thinking too far outside the box, outside of Sassy Princess. I
regret not picking Sassy Princess in the top 3. I have regrets. But
is that the only regret?
So far today,
okay.
Yes. But the day is young. The 11, Tarnima for trainer Brad Cox. This is going to be my top selection. We'll show you her most recent event. This was a maiden victory at the fairgrounds. She just had an improved performance in her second race. She got out of the gate better. She found herself in a better position. And she went on to clear this field to win by over 3 lengths in the end. And I always say that when you win by 3 or more lengths on the turf, it's a dominating performance, especially considering the pace scenario of this race. It wasn't like the pace fell apart. She just absolutely ran them down. You can see her just stretching her stride, just loving the turf course and getting over it beautifully there. She didn't win in her first race, but she had gate issues, and I have talked about this race before. That's a key race. Pink Polka Dots was the winner. She's a very nice horse. We could see her go against Graded Stakes Company in the near future. Miss Quality Control came back to win, and of course Tarnima, the third-place finisher, came back to break her maiden and her subsequent start. So even though she's lightly raced, I think she's very talented. The number 9, Style Points, kind of the reverse side. She is experienced, and she's gone against straight 3-year-old Stakes Company in the past several starts. She also just looks like an improving filly. And then the 4, Hello Hollywood, she tried Stakes Company last time out. I didn't pick her on top. I think you have to watch the price for her. I think she's really good, and she could be a pace threat at this distance. But the race kind of set up for her. The winner closed. She just couldn't really pick it up as well as some of the other closers in there. But look, it could be totally different at this distance today. I think that's why Brian's deciding to stretch her out.
That's race number 8. Let's go to race number 7. This is a race that Tom Leech wanted to focus his attention on here this afternoon. Race number 7. It's a third-level allowance condition, optional $100,000 event. 7 furlongs is the distance. Now, Key Scratch and Gore is out, the number 6. Also take out the 2-horse Blue Kentucky. Bourbon Heist to the outside is the morning line favorite off of a 2-month layoff, and 5-year-old son of Practical Joke who's made nearly $400,000. Some depth to the field. For more on race number 7, here is Tom Leach.
Let's start with Condemn. The key angle here is getting this horse back on the main track. 2 of his 3 wins have come on dirt. One of those was at Keeneland. Trainer Tommy Drury says this horse caught a speed-biased track last time.
You know, that last race at Turfway, they went really fast. I think they were 3/4 and 8 and change, if I'm not mistaken. They kind of went around there like a little bit like a merry-go-round. They just kind of followed each other around there. It was a very speed-biased track that night. You know, this horse wants to close into some pace, and I think here at Keeneland he's probably going to get that. We know he's won over this track. We know he likes it, so I'm looking forward to running him. I think he should be well spotted. And
his full brother ran a big race on Sunday.
He did run well. He was a good closing second. Brad Cox had a bigger gun than we did today, but we'll be looking forward to meeting him again. This horse closed well. He was absolutely last turning for home and swung out, come flying at the end of it. We're really proud of him.
How's Condemn trained out of that last race? He's
been really good. Yeah, he's kind of a barn favorite. He's right there in the first stall outside of the office, and he's done well. You know, we've shipped into Churchill. His last couple of works. You know, he's a dead fit horse. We're not looking to do much with him in the mornings, but he's certainly doing it the right way.
Now let's move to Bourbon Heist and trainer Ian Wilkes. This horse is at his best around 1 turn, but can be a little tricky to ride.
He's a quirky horse how to ride, you know, because if you try and send him too quick, he'll stop. You know, if you wait too long, he'll come a little bit late. You know, he just got to time it right.
Is that why you picked Irad for the spot?
Yeah, he was open, so I was fortunate to get him.
Bourbon Heist likes it at Keeneland, too. 2 starts, 1 win, 1 second.
That is a tough little race, even though it's not the biggest field, but there's plenty of options to be had with horses like Condemn, who's 9-2 on the morning line, and that price will probably come down with the scratch of Encore.
I love what Tommy Drury said about Condemn being in the first stall next to the office. You know that's the penthouse. Like, if you're a horse, that's exactly where you want to be, because everybody passes you. You get lots of peppermints and carrots, and clearly he is a fan favorite in the barn. Great interviews. Tom's really been bringing it this meet.
Unless they bite, right? You don't want to have that one where you're swinging the corner. I guess it's the other way, right? When you come around the corner and they're right there
there's always a cone
to nibble at you.
Hopefully there's a cone outside of the stall.
Let's go to our key races. Race number 5 is where all begin. 1.5 mile, first level allowance condition, 4 and up. Does start the late pick 5, part of the very popular $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, and Champagne Juan, the number 9 horse, the 5-2 morning line favorite, comes out of a race with Utah that was won by Utah Beach, who we saw win on Heroes Day here at Keeneland. So comes out of a live race, has to be respected in this sense. But I'm going to go to the number 10 horse, True Quality, for the Augustin stable and trainer Jonathan Thomas. Comes out of a couple of starts at Santa Anita. Jonathan Thomas took a string of horses to Southern California and did fine with them in those races in which he ran them. And this is a horse that gets back out to a further distance today off of mile runs at Santa Anita. There's not a lot of options in allowance conditions to run in further distances than what he was running against in February and March. And this is the video we had available this morning going back to October 28th, and he ends up finishing 5th, but he's closing in this race. He had an outside draw. He's going to have it again today, but that was probably his most disappointing run this day at Keeneland. I know it's his only start at Keeneland, but he is a horse that did better in his last 2 starts. Even prior to that effort, he was putting together better efforts. I think that you've got to respect him. Obviously, he's my top selection in here, so I'm looking for True Quality to run better off of those mile runs up to 1.5 miles today. The number 5 horse, Cyber Ninja, for Bill Mott. Tried the synthetic last time out, 2 starts ago, beaten by the old-timer Henley's Joy, who hadn't won a race in like 2 years going into that start, but he's a horse, he made a lot of money, and somebody actually claimed him. I want to say it was Mike Maker took Henley's Joy out of that race for what it's worth, but he's a horse you've got to respect, the colt by Arrogate, at this further distance. And then the number 9 horse, the morning line favorite, Champagne Juan, the relative youngster compared to some of these veteran runners. And that's something you have to consider when you look at these long-distance races and experience and just the saltiness of them with these turf-type runners. Yeah, I do think that with distance races on the turf, some of that back class can resurface more easily than other types of races. All right, I'm going to take us to the 9th and final race today. 6 furlongs on the main track for maiden special weight fillies, 3-year-olds. And I feel like this is one of those races, Scott, where there's steam on several horses in here. I think the connections probably like the 11 Into Amore, who will probably go off as your post-time favorite. Todd Pletcher, filly by Into Mischief, the mare Embellish the Lace. She won the Grade 1 Alabama. There's just a tremendous pedigree on the 11. But I rang up old Wayne Catalano, our friend, last week. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. When I love doing. That's the only trainer I can do impersonations with. The 8 Conquest Dancer. I saw the work tab, and I was like, I got to ask you about this horse. Do you like her? And he said that she's been working really well, and he does like her. And Wayne can win with a first-time starter, and she has a pedigree to suggest that she should be able to win first time out. She's a filly by Frosted. She's out of a City Zip mare. I love City Zip on the bottom side. You don't really see that often, but it's just that quickness, and usually that speed leads to precocity. So I'm hoping that's the case with the 8 Conquest Dancer. It attracts the likes of our leading rider and Tyler Gaffleone. She's been firing bullets in the morning. To me, she looks like she's good. She's fast enough. She's good enough to win in her debut in somewhat of a loaded field. So the 11 Into Amore will be the second selection for me. And then the 10, Plum Tricky. I think people will really start focusing on these first-time starters. I think the 1 Daydreaming is another one that looks well meant, but don't forget about the fillies in here that have race experience. And the 10 Plum Tricky for Dallas Stewart, she looks like she's improving with each and every start, so I don't want to totally forget about her there. I go with the first-time starters in there for what it's worth, but yeah, it's Brian's horse. The 5 looks well meant too. I mean, that looks like a loaded group of fillies. I go 1, 11, 8 in that 9th and final. They're all tough. I mean, they're all tough races, but not an easy way to close out this card, the pick 6, and everything that's going to be involved in the high-level wagering opportunities here today at Keeneland Racecourse. Let's go to our Sales Gear Ad Spotlight, staying with race number 9, that maiden special weight event that Gabby just dissected, and we'll go to the number 10 horse Plum Tricky for Rock Ridge Racing. Keeneland September sale graduate, $90,000 is what she sold for back in 2022. She's come on in her last couple of starts. She's gotten better in starts 2, 3, and 4 of her career, and she's going to have to continue with that trend given the depth of the field that she'll be facing here today. So, daughter of Speightstown out of a Warfront First Dam, bred by Mandy Pope's Whisper Hill Farm. Our Keeneland Sale Grad Spotlight on Plum Tricky in today's nightcap, the number 10. Clocker Report, race number 5. We're going to look at the number 10 horse True Quality to start. That'll be the first at the top of this list. And the number 10 horse for the Augustin stable worked a half mile and 48 flat. Homebred son of Quality Road. Worked in company with Kerouac, a 2-time winner. Should appreciate the added distance. Licensed to improve in third start of his current form cycle. He's 6-1 on the morning line for Mr. George Strawbridge Jr. And then Hello Hollywood in race number 8. Worked a half in 48-1. Daughter of Oscar Performance, sitting on a pair of half-mile works for Brian Lynch. Hit her best stride late in her last start. The Sanibel Island Stakes at Gulfstream. Stalks pace stretching out. So mark the 10 in race 5, the 4, in race 8. It's a pick 6 carryover day, 2-day pick 6 carryover day, and $286,000 comes into the pool already. It's already there, and it's growing. People are putting
pushing the chips in today.
We are
pushing all the chips in. Whatever bankroll we had so far that we have accumulated over the course of the meet, all chips in on this $324 pick 6.
That's not the most ringing endorsement, because that means we've only made $324. We're pushing all of our chips in. You had a $1,200 pick 5 on Saturday.
Yeah, well, I've also been generous in giving that back to Keeneland and not so much making. So whatever. That aside, I do think you have to invest a decent amount of money in this pick 6 because it is so challenging. Not impossible. It's challenging. You really have to get your handicapping hat on. The 9th race, I think, is one of the more difficult races because of those first-time starters that look well-meant and the combination of horses that have race experience, like my 10 horse.
Race 4, a 20,000 claimer, non-Motorz 2 lifetime. We're going 5, 7, and 8. Frost the Diamond on the morning line at odds of 8-5, coming in from Delta Downs and Prairie Meadows. And also, we're going with the 7 horse Smart with Heart for Jose Camejo. I think if she breaks well, she'll be very tough. And then the 8 horse Berlane for Alexis Clare, dropping out of starter allowance in for 20 here today. Race number 5, mile and a half on the grass, 5, 9, and 10. Race number 6, starter allowance going a mile and a 16th. We think that this is an all race. Now, we couldn't hit the all button because our ticket was going to be like $800 or $700, something in that region. But just quickly on the 2 horse JR's Gift, I know he's 1 for 35, but this is the spot for him today to pick up win number 2 of his career.
This is a combination ticket, and if you and I were out at the track betting this is where we would have a disagreement. We would have a big disagreement.
Okay.
And saving money and including this or not including this.
But I've learned 6.
Yes, but I've learned my lesson before, and playing pick 6s or pick 5s or pick 4s with friends, just listen to them and put that extra money in, because you clearly like this horse. I don't like this horse. If the horse won, I would look like an idiot.
It's the right spot. It's the right group for him to come through with the win in race number 6. This is the 2. We also have Newhart, the 4 for Mike Stidham and Godolphin. Jose Ortiz picks up the mount there. Maximum Capacity for Michael McCarthy, shipping this horse in from Southern California. 1-3 in race number 7, Warrior Johnny. And then Eyeing Clover for Brad Cox. Race number 8, 1-11, Sassy Princess with her speed from post 1. And then the 11 horse Tarnima, the filly that you focused on in that Fairgrounds race on the 9th of February.
But style points, we're leaving out the favorite there. So that's what I'm saying. This is a doozy of a sequence. It's challenging, but my strongest opinion, I guess my advice to whomever is playing this ticket, maybe find one race where you have a conviction. And then I really think that race 4 and 6 could be all races. And if you can find a single, then that's probably going to make or break your pick 6 today.
No style points in that leg, 8. Race number 8. That would be the one that I'd put on the ticket and spend the more money that we have here. So that's our thoughts, our combo pick 6 for the afternoon. Let's get to our best angle. Race number 7 on today's card. That third level allowance condition going 7 furlongs. Now, there's no superfecta wagering available in this race. I'm going to go 3/4 and cold deck, ice cold exacta here in race number 7. The number 3 horse, Eyeing Clover. He was beaten by Mr. Wireless and Kavad last time out. Kavad's a really nice horse.
Yeah.
Mr. Wireless is a horse that is a distance-type runner and has been. It was coming off of a layoff for Brett Calhoun, who ran a giant race sprinting that day, but he's got so much back class. Eyeing Clover will be good today on this cutback in distance, or staying with this cutback in distance. He won his first 2 races sprinting, and then they put him in some longer distance races and things of that nature, and he ran okay, but then he didn't run okay. And he's just a quality horse, and this is the right spot for him. And then the number 4 horse, Eyewitness. 3/5, Condemn, the Tommy Drury runner for Claiborne Farm and Adele Dilschneider. I think that he's more than capable of finishing second in this race. So I'll take the attack in race number 7, 3/5, $20 exacta. Play it for whatever amount you want in race number 7.
I'm going to take us to the 5th race. That's a 1.5 miles on the turf course, and Champagne Juan is the 5-2 favorite. When I was handicapping this race, Scott, I was finding ways to try to beat the favorite in Champagne Juan, and I just kept on coming back to him. So I'm going to use him as my top selection. I truly think that he is the best horse in the race. Let's show you his last race at Gulfstream Park, where he did go the distance of 1.5 miles. So he's proven that he can still go this distance. Now, this was not a winning effort, but he lost to a horse by the name of Utah Beach. We already touched on that horse. He came back here on the 14th and won his allowance race by, I don't know, 3 lengths or something on the turf. I mean, when it was a dominating effort, and he earned a 91 Beyer speed figure for that win. So if this horse can improve off of this effort, he'll be right in the winner's circle. I mean, none of his races on the synthetic or the turf are disappointing. I just think he's been going against much tougher company. So he's the class, in my opinion. I like him. Keeping it simple. $25 to win.
That's Gabby's best angle. Let's go to Tom Leech for his long shot of the day.
Going to the 6th race, it's the 4-horse Newhart. Really like the win first time out down at Turfway. I thought the horse was really professional, racing in among horses and then tipping out in mid-stretch to win impressively. Off that race, they put him in against winners here at Keeneland, and he spotted the field several lengths out of the gate. Still did a little running down the stretch. I think with a good start, we'll see a much improved effort from Newhart, who's bred to relish extra distance.
All right, Newhart, the 4 in race 6 for Tom. We're just over an hour away from getting this card underway.
I'm excited. It's a really good card, especially the final 6 races of the day.
What about the 3? I know we focused our attention on the pick 6, $3 Keeneland Turf pick 3. I think we're talking another, I don't want to say it's going to be a $10,000 payoff like yesterday, but I'd say
it's going to be healthy.
1,000 plus.
Yeah,
right?
I would say.
Some good racing today. Pick 6 starts with race number 4. 2-day carryover, $286,000. Toyota Super High 5 carryover for the nightcap, just over $7,000. Thanks for joining Gabby and myself, and enjoy today at Keeneland. When the spring meet ends, summer success begins. Buy, sell, fresh winners, hot prospects. One night, one chance. Finish strong. Don't miss out. The Keeneland April Selected Horses of Racing Age Sale. Friday, April 26th.
Did you know Toyota actually spends $1 million every hour of every day on R&D?
That's in addition to a $39 billion investment to design and build vehicles in the USA.
Made in America means something to Toyota, like over 170,000 jobs and over 32 million Toyotas built right here in the USA.
And for over 20 years, Toyota's electrified vehicles have led the way to a better tomorrow.
The more you know, the more you'll drive Toyota.
Let's go places.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
The energy at Keeneland Book 1 is unlike any other sale that you'll go to.
It is the marketplace.
The center of the horse universe.
It's electric. You can't replicate the urgency that's at Keeneland September.
Quality in quantity. Keeneland September Book 1, every breeder's dream.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Keeneland welcomes Mallory Jones to the paddock. Mallory, a junior at George Rogers Clark High School, is Miss Danville Teen and is competing in the upcoming Miss Kentucky Teen pageant. As a heart disease survivor and founder of the Be Smart, Love Your Heart initiative, Mallory is a passionate volunteer for the American Heart Association. Through her advocacy and efforts, Mallory is empowering the Commonwealth to lead heart-healthier lives. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Drew Howell with dining as the employee of the day. Congratulations, Drew. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time now for a check of the conditions and changes for the day, starting first with the John Deere track and turf conditions. Main track is fast, the turf listed firm, and the rail at 0 feet today on the turf course. Time now to check those changes. Double, pick 3, early pick 5, all get underway in that first race. In the opener today, scratch number 1, Trap Line. Also scratch number 3, Conflicted. And scratch number 6, Mainline Cipher. That's in the first race. Scratch the 1, Trap Line. Scratch number 3, Conflicted. Scratch number 6, Mainline Cipher. As a result of those scratches, no superfecta on the first. Contrary to the program, there will be no superfecta on the first race. There's a jockey change on the 2, Boathouse. The jockey, Abel Lescano. That's number 2, Boathouse. The jockey will be Abel Lescano. Wave the bug, the corrected weight, 118 pounds. Second race is where the early pick 4 begins. Also started the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 2, 5, and 8. And in that second race, scratch number 9, Gray Daria. Also scratch number 13, Spirit Rags. Scratch the 14, Blistering. And scratch the 15, Johnny Come Lately. That's in race 2. Scratch number 9, Gray Daria. Also scratch number 13, Spirit Rags, the 14, Blistering, and scratch the 15, Johnny Come Lately. Please note, number 16 draws into the race. 16, Baytown Bump, draws into the race. Augustine Gomez will be the jockey as programmed. Third race. Scratch number 3, Trace Solace, and scratch number 4, Cook Creek. That's in the third race. Scratch number 3, Trace Solace, and scratch number 4, Cook Creek. As a result of those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta, and no superfecta on race 3. Please note there's a jockey change on the 6, Tiwanaku, the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. That's the 6, Tiwanaku, the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. Fourth race started the pick 6, carryover, $286,380. In the fourth race, jockey change for number 1, Extra Sauce Well Done, the jockey, Jorge Ruiz. Number 1, Extra Sauce Well Done, the jockey has been changed to Jorge Ruiz. And there's a jockey change on the 5, Frosted Diamond, Luis Saez. 5, Frosted Diamond, the jockey, Luis Saez. Race number 5 is the start of the late pick 5. In race 5, jockey change on number 3, Market Malice, Luan Machado. The jockey for number 3, Market Malice, will be Luan Machado. The weight is +1. Sixth race, start of the late pick 4. Jockey change, number 4, Newhart, Jose Ortiz. That's in race 6. Number 4, Newhart, the jockey, Jose Ortiz. Seventh race, scratch the 2, Blue Kentucky, and scratch number 6, Angkor. That's the 7th race, scratch number 2, Blue Kentucky, and scratch number 6, Angkor, as a superfecta on race 7. Featured 8th race. Scratch number 3, Kamikaze Umagi. Scratch number 7, Sputnik. Scratch number 12, Voice from Above. That's in the 8th and featured race. Scratch number 3, Kamikaze Umagi. Scratch number 7, Sputnik, and scratch the 12, Voice from Above. Ninth and final race, carryover, $7,022 for the Toyota Super High 5. No changes at this time in race number 9. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Kurt Beckers, we're down to the final 2 days of racing, and there's going to be a lot of money on the line, not just in the purse money here at Keeneland Racecourse for the competitors, but as far as the wagering is concerned as well, Gabby Gaudet.
Yes, we have a couple of carryovers, but the pick six carryover, we're going to see $286,000 in that carryover. I would imagine that's going to be very, very popular. And we also have a carryover in the Toyota Super High 5 in the finale.
Yeah, that's in the nightcap, as Gabby mentioned. Today's featured event is race number 8 on the card, a grass race at 1 3/16 for first level allowance fillies, 3-year-old fillies. And these turf races, these have brought us some of the biggest prices of the meet so far here at Keeneland Racecourse for this spring.
For sure. This race is super complicated. I mean, you could make a case for so many horses in here. I would say that the likeliest winner or the filly to beat in here would be the number 9 Style Point, just because she has been going against Graded Stakes Company on the turf. But there's also an opportunity for these fillies who just broke their maiden to step up in a big way.
Yeah, to speak of the depth of this race, you've got a Peter Brandt, Chad Brown, Tyler Gaffalione comboed horse in Sacred Image, who's 12-1 on the morning line.
Yeah.
That's how tough this race is, our featured 8th event. As Gabby mentioned, pick 6 carryover starts with race number 4, $286,380. That's a 2-day carryover. And then in the Toyota Super High 5, carrying from yesterday, that's race number 9, $7,022. Enjoy this sunny Thursday at Keeneland. Five horses getting ready to be saddled as we get set for the opener here at Keeneland Racecourse. We're looking at the number 4 horse right now, getting the overgirth put on his tack. That is True Faith at 8-5 for Rudy Brisset. Colt by Candy Ride for Sienna Farm and Windstar Farm that takes a big drop down in class. Debuted at Oaklawn Park on the 19th of February, but tumbles down the class ranks here today to run for 30. They also add blinkers. This race changing with a few of the scratches, in my opinion, so opening the door even further for a horse like True Faith in this situation. He'll run better, there's no doubt about it, and this is a spot for him to strike in start 2 of his career. 8-5 as the second choice right now for race number 1 to start the early pick 5. The number 5, Surface to Air, is 6-5. That makes him the favorite for Silverton Hill and Darren Miller. It has been 5 months since we've seen this midshipman colt run. First time that he'll run for maiden 30. He ran for maiden $100,000 and maiden $75,000 at Churchill back during the fall months, and then followed that up with a run against Maiden Special Weight Company. Much like the number 4 horse, this is going to be an easier spot for him. And one of the benefits of Surface to Air and looking at his form is we've seen a positive response from this colt when he's dropped into a level not quite like this, but dropping in down into the maiden claiming ranks. When you look at that November 1st race at Churchill Downs, that was a field of 5. He faces 4 others in here, totaling a field of 5, including himself. So I believe that's what's making him the current favorite over the number 4 horse from 6-5 up to 3-2 in the top 2 wagering endeavors here in race number 1, wagering choices, I should say. And then the number 2 horse, Boathouse, a colt by Honor Code, who comes out of a maiden $100,000 allowance race last time out here at Keeneland. That was way too high of a class hike for this colt. He was claimed for $15,000 at Turfway Park. He actually did not run bad that day when they dropped him in for $15,000 off of a maiden special weight debut. He rallied up to finish second. He's a horse that it may take him some time to get going, but he did flash a little bit of speed last time out and make the rider on the 2 horse Abel Lascano. But this colt at 5-1, he's kind of sneaky in this situation. Again, last time out, too tough. Odds tell you that. This is an easier spot, and he will respond with a better effort. That is not going to promise it, but it certainly seems as likely as any when it comes to handicapping this race in race number 1, especially given the short field nature of it. And I wouldn't consider strongly including him in an early pick 5 ticket to begin this card. Less than 15 minutes away Beautiful race day here at Keeneland Racecourse. The pick 5 pool with 15 minutes to post, $149,000. Good luck in the opener at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, maiden claiming event, 3-year-olds and up, with a price of $30,000. A mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Scratch the 1 trap line. Also scratch number 3, Conflicted. And scratch the 6, Mainline Cipher. As a result of those scratches, no superfecta on the first race. A reminder, the jockey for the 2 Boathouse will be Abel Lescano. Number 2 Boathouse, Abel Lescano, the jockey, Wave the Bug, the weight 118. Double, pick 3, and start of the early, pick 5. Main track is fast, and the turf is firm, rail at 0 feet on the turf course. Post time, 7 minutes.
There's a look at the number 7 horse right now on your screen, who currently sits at odds of 6-1. Can't See You. I would say the 4, 5, and 7 were the physical standouts in this group, and I know that's 3/5 of this 5-horse field to start off the card here at Keeneland Racecourse. But here's a gelding that debuted going along at Turfway on synthetic, never involved in any step of the way, but he drops in class. He's been gelded, and they take the blinkers off for start 2 of his career, and he's not a bad-looking son of midshipman. He comes from a Danzig first dam. This is a long-established family as he starts to get a little rambunctious, breaking away from the pony, and I think that getting him moving is going to be something that's a positive move, and that's obviously the case now as we see him warming up. But the changes being made, finding himself in this short field, and the big drop down in class could wake him up, and the established family that I'm referring to from this Danzig first dam, she was a runner for Andre Fabre and Sheikh Mohammed back in the early 2000s, and winner in France going 1.25 miles. So that might have been part of the motivation to run this horse long first time out. But he stacks up physically compared to the 4 and 5, the favorites in this first race. 5 minutes to the post, less than the pick 5 pull, over $200,000. Good luck in the first here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. Boathouse moves into the gate. True Faith comes forward. Surface to Air, 2 more left to load. Can't You See goes in. Uncle Tuffy, the last one, coming forward now. Goes in, first wire at the post. And they're off. There's Boathouse, and there's Can't You See, and True Faith in between that pair. True Faith moves up, puts ahead in front. Can't You See is right there on the outside. Boathouse is third, Surface to Air fourth. Uncle Tuffy wide in fifth as they head on to the first turn. Now, Boathouse sneaks up the rail right behind True Faith, who does clear with the lead midway on the first turn. True Faith against the rail now leads it by nearly 2 lengths. Can't You See moves up second, a half length around the outside of Boathouse, who settles back into third by just a neck. Surface to Air fourth on the outside of that one, now taking third and up to challenge for second. Uncle Tuffy is last right there with the rest, 24.73 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. True Faith is the leader. True Faith leads it by 3/4 of a length. Surface to Air moves up to challenge for second, just to the outside of Can't You See, who's now third in between horses. Boathouse against the rail, and then Uncle Tuffy out in the center of the track from fifth to fourth to third, a length off the front pair as they head over toward the far turn. 49.91 seconds, the time for the opening half mile. True Faith, Surface to Air going at it for the lead. Another length and a half now to Uncle Tuffy, a wide third. Can't You See, Boathouse back toward the inside now regains fourth, but still 4 lengths from the front duo. Midway on the far turn, Surface to Air back up front, challenges once again. True Faith is still there with the lead by a head as they move by the quarter pole in tandem, and then a gap of 7 more lengths. Back to Uncle Tuffy, 6 back of that one, Boathouse, and then Can't You See last top of the short stretch. Surface to Air now puts a neck in front. True Faith tries to respond, still there toward the inside, but now second into the final furlong. 5 more lengths back to Uncle Tuffy third. Surface to Air kicks on with a widening lead. It's out to 3, it's out to 4. It is Surface to Air and Flavian Pratt to win the opener on this Thursday card at Keeneland. Then it was close for second, Uncle Tuffy or True Faith for that runner-up spot in 146.81.
Well, Surface to Air, he was moving in tandem around the turn with True Faith, the number 4 horse, who found himself on the lead. The pace was very, very slow here today in the opener, and Surface to Air was able to kick away easily from that pace setter, the number 4 horse, True Faith, who's going to find himself in a tussle for that second money. Maybe the 8 horse getting up there, Uncle Tuffy, the first-time starter, at a price. But even money on the favorite, Surface to Air for Darren Miller and Silverton Hill, breaks his maiden and start 12 of his career.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 5, Surface to Air, finished first. Number 8, Uncle Tuffy was second. Number 4, True Faith was third. Number 2, Boathouse fourth. 5-8-4-2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, number 5, Surface to Air, by Silverton Hill LLC of Bonnie and Tommy Hamilton, Darren Miller, the trainer, and Flavian Pratt, the jockey. Surface to Air, 4-year-old son of midshipman, out of Shimazon by Congrats, spread in Kentucky by Silverton Hill LLC. 1 minute 46.81 seconds, the time for the 8.5 furlongs over the main track, listed fast. First race results official. 5-8-4-2, the official results. Keeneland second race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the early pick 4. Start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 2, 5, and 8. The turf is listed firm, the rail at 0 feet today. In race 2, scratch number 9, Gray Daria. Also scratch number 13, Spirit Rags. Scratch the 14, Blistering. And scratch the 15, Johnny Come Lately. A reminder, number 16 draws into the race. 16, Baytown Bump, will run as programmed, the jockey Agustin Gomez.
One of the many benefits of racing here at Keeneland Racecourse for horsemen and connections is the ability to run 2-year-olds on the turf course and see where they stand and potentially catapult one or a few of these horses between these two 2-year-old turf races, one today and the one for the fillies tomorrow, catapult them towards a potential run at a meeting like Royal Ascot in June. We've seen Wesley Ward take that path, and we look forward to seeing these youngsters compete here today. And Wesley Ward does have the current favorite, Monterey Bay, for the Coolmore Connections, a colt by Good Magic out of a Galileo first dam that was purchased for $330,000 as a yearling last July. Every time I've seen these horses pass by me, I've just been drawn towards the 7 from a looks perspective. Obviously, Wesley Ward, he knows the types of horses and gets them so ready, knows the types of horses that are going to be ready to go here early on in their 2-year-old year. And this guy has acted like an absolute pro down here in the paddock. And he's in front of the 8-horse, the Toner, a horse that is feeling himself down here in the paddock as he gets ready for his debut. But the 7-horse Monterey Bay, he's just a beautiful young 2-year-old, physically advanced. He's got the pedigree. He's got the right trainer on his side, and he is not worried by his surroundings down here as he walks around waiting for his turn to be saddled up for this second event. Monterey Bay, he looks like he's going to be tough to beat. 8-5 is not a bad price, especially after the 2-5 and 1-4 prices that feels like we're having to take when it comes to the Wesley Ward runners, and rightfully so. Wesley Ward's won 5 2-year-old races thus far here at Keeneland this spring. It's his game, and he is the trainer and has the horse to beat here in race number 2. The 11-horse, that is Mad Rock for Holly and David Wilson, operation based out of Southern California for the most part, but they certainly do have runners here around the country and in Kentucky. But I was drawn to this colt based on the trainer Mary Leitner. Overall, a 21% barn, good stats. She does not run a lot of horses over the course of at least the last year and a few months into 2024, but when she runs horses on turf, 33% winners with a positive ROI of 88 cents, plus 88 cents, and more than half the time they're hitting the top 3. And this colt's got a nice pedigree. He's right now sitting at 9-1, so the ability for the barn to get turf success, and with the pedigree backed by Holly and David Wilson, Mad Rock, and Tyler Gaffleone being in the saddle, he looks to be a live horse here in race number 2. At the full horse, Cheval de Guerre for Eddie Keneally. This is a turf pedigree. He's by Caravaggio, Group 1 winner at Royal Ascot. That son of Scat Daddy comes from a Declaration of War first dam. So the pedigree's there. Luis Saez in the saddle, 5-1 on the board on Cheval de Guerre, the number 4 horse here in race number 2 for these 2-year-old maidens that'll be competing on the turf course, Gabby.
This seems like a loaded group of 2-year-olds in this field. But the 12 Into Diamonds, I was really intrigued by the pedigree. He's a son of Into Mischief. We know what the progeny of Into Mischief can do. They can run on virtually anything. In this case, hopefully, a turf sprint. But I also thought it was a very interesting pedigree on the bottom side. This colt is out of the dam Diamond Sparkles, who was a turf winner overseas. Even if you look at the second generation, the second dam was Diamonds and Rubies as a Group 1 winner on the turf for trainer Aidan O'Brien. So when you look at the pedigree, especially on the bottom side, very strong turf influence. You couple that with Into Mischief, and obviously this is a homebred for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and Gary Barber. I just think this looks like a very well-meant 2-year-old debuter. We'll see what Into Diamonds can do today.
Currently sitting at odds of 5-1 Into Diamonds with that outside draw. He'll have a couple of horses to his outside. In fact, just one horse, Baytown Bump, who does draw into this race off the also eligible 51-1 on the 16, who draws in. 14 minutes to post. An early start to the popular $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Over the last 2 cards we've had here at Keeneland. Yesterday, a $10,000 payoff in the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, and on Sunday, a $5,000 payoff in that Turf Pick 3. Get involved. Also starts the early Pick 4. 14 minutes to post.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. The Calumet maiden special weight 2-year-olds on the turf at 5.5 furlongs. The turf is firm, the rail at 0 feet. Scratch number 9, Grey Daria. Also scratch 13 Spirit Rags, as well as 14 Blistering and 15 Johnny Come Lately. A reminder, number 16, Baytown Bump draws into the race. Augustine Gomez to ride as programmed. Double, pick 3, start of the early pick 4. It started the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 2, 5, and 8. Turf is firm, main track is fast. Post time coming up in 6 minutes.
Let's look at the 8-horse going away from us, the Toner for George Sharp, colt by McLean's Music, half-brother to a turf winner. He's 4th choice in the wagering right now. He was not exactly focused down in the paddock, I think is the kindest way of putting it, but he has changed his attitude since coming down to the course and ending up in his warm-up, and hopefully he maintains that. He's got some energy. He looks fit and ready to go. So the Toner, you got to recognize the action that he's taking with Joel Rosario in the saddle, carrying the blue and white of George Sharp. Kyle Karamori with the McLean's Music colt, 6-1 on the board right now. Start of the early pick 4 is race number 2. Monterey Bay, the 7-horse, 8-5. It's really kind of surprising to see 8-5 with a Wesley Ward runner, with such a good-looking Wesley Ward runner. It's a great price, and that's exactly what you have to recognize. Now, obviously, that price is subject to change. He just clicked up to 9-5, but given the size of this field and perhaps the turf course aspect of it, which Wesley is very good with these turf runners and pinpointing which ones can handle it as he puts them through their paces for these 2-year-old events for these turf runners. He is a great price right now, and he's starting to show a little bit of life. He was wandering around the paddock. I shouldn't say wandering. He was very focused down there, not worried about his surroundings, but good to see that his energy is picked up now that he's with the pony and warming up for his debut effort here today in less than 3 minutes. Good luck in this early pick 4, and get involved in the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, which begins with this second event.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Calumet. Start of the early pick 4, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Moving into line, race 2. Chado comes forward along with Baytown Baracus. Mad Rock goes in. Here's Cheval de Guerre. Bright Skittle. Into Diamonds. Baytown Bump will be the last one. Comes forward. Last one goes in at the post. And they're off. Into Diamonds is quick into stride. Comes out for the lead. Cheval de Guerre is a step quicker down to the inside. Mad Rock away third. Shadow moves up 2 spots from fourth in the opening strides. The Toner away in fifth. Baytown Baracus in sixth. Malavaje is in seventh down toward the inside. Now Into Diamonds has dropped back a few spots. Caught 3 wide to the far turn. Back around the 8th position as they head onto the turn. Monterey Bay is next. Monterey Bay moves up a spot now down toward the rail. 8 lengths from the lead. Then further back, Baytown Bump is in 9th. Bright Skittle is in 10th. American City is 11th. And Ravenshire, last of the 12 around the far turn. Cheval de Guerre is the leader. Cheval de Guerre leads it by 2.5, 3 lengths to the top of the stretch. Mad Rock in second. Shadow is third. Now Into Diamonds is fourth on the outside and is still running 6 lengths from the lead. Cheval de Guerre is the leader. Monterey Bay is toward the outside, still 7 from the front. Here's Into Diamonds, and here's Mad Rock looking for room in third. They've got to get Cheval de Guerre. Into Diamonds takes aim again on the outside. Cheval de Guerre short lead. Into Diamonds is there. Monterey Bay, then Bright Skittle. Into Diamonds on the outside. Into Diamonds gets up a half length over Cheval de Guerre, Bright Skittle, and then Monterey Bay.
It's a different game in these 2-year-old races when they're going 5.5 furlongs on the turf versus the 4.5 on the dirt. With that extra furlong, certainly helps these horses that can kick it in late, and that's exactly what Into Diamonds was able to do here today, running down the pace setter Cheval de Guerre, who was lightning quick away from the starting gate, but he'll be beaten to maybe about a quarter of a length in the end. But this well-bred son of Into Mischief for Gary Barber and the Clips Thoroughbred Partners puts together a dazzling performance on debut under Irad Ortiz Jr., and you got 6-1 if you had him.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 12, Into Diamonds, finished first. Number 4, Cheval de Guerre was second. Number 5, Bright Skittle third. Number 7, Monterey Bay fourth. 12-4-5-7 unofficial. Race 2 results official, 12-4-5-7. Official results, Keeneland second. Official winner of Keeneland's second race, the Calumet, number 12, Into Diamonds, owned by Gary Barber and Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, trained by Mark Cassey, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Into Diamonds, a 2-year-old son of Into Mischief, out of Diamond Sparkles by Warfront, bred in Kentucky by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and Gary Barber. 5.5 furlongs over the turf-listed firm, 1 minute 3.29 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Calumet Trophy presentation to the connections of Into Diamonds. Keeneland's third race upcoming, featuring double and pick 3 wagering. Scratch number 3, Tres Soles, and scratch the 4, Cook Creek. As a result of those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta, and no superfecta on today's third race. A reminder, the jockey for the 6th, Tiwanaku Irad Ortiz Jr. Number 6, Tiwanaku, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Third race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Track fast.
Race number 3 features a field of 4. So with that, no show wagering, no superfecta wagering available in race number 3. And the reality of this race, there are no surprises. There are no long shots. This is a very even race. And all of these horses, there are cases to be made. Accidental Hero, the number 1 horse who goes from 6-1 down to 2-1 at this point in time, is currently a horse, I should say, that moves over to Michael Pewich barn off of runs at Oaklawn Park against Much Tougher. He's a horse that's going to do his best running late, and I think that he will be able to do that here versus this short field going the mile and a 16th. As long as he is able to pick up some spots coming around the turn, there's not going to be many spots to pick up coming around the turn. I think that this Motown colt, given the depth of the competition that he faced down in Hot Springs at Oaklawn Park, and showing that he is a horse that's capable of competing on a circuit like Oaklawn and Keeneland Racecourse, is going to go a long way versus this group. He's going to go a 2-turn distance here this afternoon off of that 2-turn run against Much, Much Tougher, which featured Escapeologist and U.S. Harmy and Can't Hush This. Those are stakes-type horses. And so the drop down in class in for 50 today is going to put him in the best spot that he has seen, in my opinion, since moving to the Midwest circuit between Hot Springs, Arkansas at Oaklawn, and now here in Lexington, Kentucky. So I'll take my shot with Accidental Hero as Flavian Pratt looks for his second win in the span of 3 races this afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. Again, he'll be laying back and making a run if he stays true to form. The number 5 horse, the current favorite, Segoy, for Rick Hiles. He's got speed. That's his game. He likes to mix it up early on in his races. He's an 8-time winner from 25 starts. He's run in the past here at Keeneland Racecourse. Did not hit the top 3 in that effort, but comes into this race off of 4 runs at Turfway, 3 of which were wins. He's been a very productive horse at levels like this over the last 2 seasons, and he's raced here in Kentucky between all of the major race courses, Ellis, Churchill, Turfway Park. So he's tough to ignore. Luis Saez in the saddle, comes out of a live race as well in February and gets 2 months off in between races from that Turfway event to racing here at Keeneland this afternoon. His speed makes him definitely a big-time threat here in race number 3. And then the number 6 horse to his outside, Tiwanaku, Make It Irad Ortiz Jr., who picks up the mount on this tap at Gelding. He likes to show some speed as well. I wonder if he's going to be fast enough to outrun Segoy early on. He comes out of longer distance races, primarily when he's putting together his better efforts. And in his last 2 starts, he's faded in both of those efforts at Churchill and Fairgrounds, but he does take the drop down in class. So that may offset that fading type of effort that we saw from him in those previous 2 starts. He also comes into this race fresh, but from the outside, it's not a bad position to be in a full horse field, but we'll see how Tiwanaku does on this drop in for 50 here today for Maggie Moss and Tom Amos. Good luck in race number 3. Again, no superfecta, no show wagering available with this 4-horse field, but good prices all around, led by the 9-5 favorite, Segoy, the current favorite for R. Townsend Sparks.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, a claiming race, 4-year-olds and up. The price, $50,000. A mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch number 3, Trace Solis. Also scratch the 4, Cook Creek. A reminder, the jockey for number 6, Tiwanaku, is Irad Ortiz Jr. Double and pick 3 wagering, but contrary to the program, no show wagering, no trifecta, and no superfecta on this third event. Post time is 7 minutes.
Taking a look at the 2-horse Kerouac for Jonathan Thomas. Uncle Mo Gelding takes blinkers off, shows up for 50 here today, and comes into this race off the 5-month layoff. I don't know that he could be any more fit off this 5-month layoff. He is a big, good-looking horse, big hip on him, and a horse that's getting plenty of attention at 3-1. We talked about this morning on Today at Keeneland, and this was referring to, in the Clockers report, to a horse that's running later on today, Truly Quality, in race number 5. Truly Quality has been working with Kerouac, the number 2 horse, who competes here in race number 3. So oftentimes you'll find horses over the course of a card that you can utilize their results and try to get a gauge on horses running later on in the day, and that's the case with Kerouac. I know that we're dealing with a dirt race for Kerouac, and looking ahead to race number 5, Truly Quality will be going a mile and a half on turf, but nonetheless, 2 horses working together. They both worked in company in 48 flat on the 19th of April here at Keeneland over a wet, fast surface. If this gelding runs well, utilize that in race number 5 with Truly Quality. Good luck. Race number 3 coming up in less than 6 minutes.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. Moving into line, third race. Accidental Hero goes in. Now Kerouac will come forward. The last two getting set to load. Segoy. And now Tiwanaku, the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, first wire at the post. And they're off. There goes Tiwanaku. Tiwanaku from the outside moves up and takes the early lead in the opening strides. Segoy, Accidental Hero, Kerouac at the back as they head down into the first turn with Tiwanaku, the early leader. So Tiwanaku starts to move closer to the rail now as they get onto that first turn, and Tiwanaku is cleared with the lead by a length and a half, side by side for second. Segoy has second, a half length. Accidental Hero is in third, 3/4 of a length, and Kerouac is last of the four as they make their way off the first turn and up the backstretch following an opening quarter in 24.66 seconds. Tiwanaku is the leader. Tiwanaku leads it by a length. Segoy will go second by a length. And then Kerouac third by just a neck. Accidental Hero is fourth back toward the inside, 2 lengths from the lead as they head to the midpoint of the backstretch with Tiwanaku showing the way. Tiwanaku leads at 3/4 of a length. Now Segoy starts to inch forward a little closer, just a half length off the lead now at the entrance to the far turn. You've got Kerouac stacked up to the far outside and Accidental Hero against the rail at the back. 49.11 the time for that first half mile. Tiwanaku is the leader. Tiwanaku leads at 3/4 of a length. Segoy is second by just over 2. Accidental Hero moves up the inside to challenge for third. Got Kerouac there on his outside and moving by the quarter pole. Here's Segoy alongside of Tiwanaku to the top of the short stretch. Accidental Hero seeking to join them. Swings off the rail. Goes to the far outside in third. Just a length off the front pair and keeps right on rolling. Accidental Hero with all kinds of momentum coming off the far turn. Narrow lead. Now Segoy is still there to the inside. These two going at it, separated by a neck. Accidental Hero, Segoy. Tiwanaku is third. Here's Segoy coming back. Segoy comes back and wins it. Accidental Hero was second. Then Tiwanaku third, Kerouac fourth.
This 7-year-old just knows how to win these close races. That is his 3rd consecutive win in very tight finishes, and he comes back on Accidental Hero, who took that momentum off the turn and got a slight advantage over him late in stretch. But once Saez went back to Segoy and asked for a little bit more, he got a big response. He's back by about a nose at this point in time, maybe a little bit more, but he's going to kick clear and win against this group in the end by about a quarter of a length. Segoy, very impressive, and is all heart once again to pick off his 3rd consecutive win.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 3rd race: number 5, Segoy, finished 1st. Number 1, Accidental Hero, was 2nd. Number 6, Tiwanaku, 3rd. And number 2, Kerouac, 4th. 5162 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 3rd race. Number 5, Segoy. Owned by R. Townsend Sparks, trained by Rick Hiles, Luis Saez, the jockey. Segoy, a 7-year-old gelded son of Caraconte, out of Timeless Spirit by Devil His Due, bred in Kentucky by Normandy Farm. 8.5 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 45.82 seconds. Third race results official. 5-1, 6-2, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here, and the start of the pick 6. Carry over $286,000. Main track is fast, turf is firm. Rail at 0 feet on the turf course today. In the fourth race, jockey for number 1, extra sauce well done, Jorge Ruiz. That's the 1, extra sauce well done, Jorge Ruiz, the jockey. And the jockey for the 5, Frosted Diamond, Luis Saez. 5, Frosted Diamond, the jockey, Luis Saez.
Race number 4 starts the pick 6, and this pick 6 is going to be very lucrative. 2-day pick 6 carryover, 286,000 plus coming into today, and you can see the current pool with less than 18 minutes to post with carryover is over $636,000. So it does appear that we are well on our way to a 7-figure pick 6 pool for this Thursday card at Keeneland Racecourse. There is some depth to these fields that we've got in front of us for the final 6 races of the afternoon, and that can be said about this $20,000 claimer, Nominator to 2 Lifetime. We've got a clear favorite on the outside, the 8 Berlane for Alexis Clare, who we'll get to second up in this discussion. But Smart with Heart, the number 7 horse, 5-1 for Jose Cameo, is a filly that needs to break well in order to do well here today, in my opinion. You look at her dirt races, when she breaks sharp, she's good. The one time that she did not, she hopped at the start, she was out of the race, and never could recover from that. So if she breaks fast today, she will be a horse to reckon with, in my opinion, in this group. 5-1 on the board as it stands currently for race number 4. We'll see if that price holds up. I would imagine she's not going to sway too far from 5-1, but nonetheless, if she breaks, she'll run good on dirt, in my opinion, in this 20 Nominators of 2 Lifetime event. Berlane, the 8 horse on the outside for Alexis Clare, she's class dropping. She was last seen in a starter 50 at the beginning of the meet here at Keeneland Racecourse, was involved and then faltered late in that event where she was 5-1 in that starter 50 on April 5th at the about 7 furlongs distance. Out of the chute. She'll back up to 6 furlongs. Certainly the class relief is a positive move for this filly in and amongst this group here today. 8-5 is where she sits currently in the wagering, and her other races on dirt came against Maiden Special Weight Company if you go to the first 2 starts of her career. So this is a significant drop down in class for this filly. She broke her maiden for 30 going long on turf at Fairgrounds the day in which she was claimed off of Klein Racing and Brad Cox, but definitely a contender, as you can see, at 8-5 with the class drop. That's the biggest angle on Berlane. And then the number 2 horse, Lil Sass for Larry Demerit, coming off the 5-month layoff. She's got some speed to her. Her races 2 and 3 back were good. Last time out for 50 at Churchill Downs, just in too tough, it appears. So dropping in for 20 is a good situation for Little Sass, and with Jesus Castagnan taking the call. She gets Lasix for the first time in her 3-year-old debut. Now she's part of this three horse group that sits at 5-1 right now on the tote board for the start of the pick 6. Speaking of the pick 6, here is the ticket that Gabby and I put together for you all. We'll go 3 deep in this race, race number 4. In race number 5, that 1.5-mile turf event, first level allowance condition, 5, 9, and 10 are the numbers there. Cyber Ninja, the number 9 horse, Champagne Juan for Christophe Clement, and then Truly Quality stretching out to 1.5 miles this afternoon. I think he has to be respected in a big way. Race number 6, that is a race where it might be one of the most difficult races in a difficult sequence to sort through. It looks like an all race, but in order to keep it in a reasonable budget, and even with this ticket, we're spending $324. There are many different ways that you can go in race number 6, and I think you have to go in that starter 50. Race number 7, 2 deep in that 3rd level allowance optional claimer with the 1 Warrior Johnny, and the number 3 horse Iron Clover, who I think will be the favorite in that race. In race number 8, mile 3/16, Sassy Princess, she's got some speed, the 1 in race number 8, and I think that makes her dangerous. The 11 horse Tarnima for Brad Cox, 8-1 on the morning line, showed improvement in her second start to break her maiden, now faces winners here this afternoon. And then in the 9th and final, 1, 8, and 11, we're leaning on the first-time starters. Day Dawning, the 1 for Jonathan Thomas. The 8 horse Conquest Dancer, trained by Wayne Catalano, and he's told us that he likes this filly here today in the nightcap, the 8, and then Into Amore, the 11 horse, the well-bred daughter of Into Mischief from that stakes-winning first dam, Embellish the Lace. We encourage you to get involved in the pick 6. We'll update you throughout the course of the next 14 minutes on where the pool stands with that 2-day carryover of over $286,000. But our last look at it, you can see it was well over that and more than double. It's now $675,137. As I said before, we will be at $1 million, it seems like, once we get down to post time for this pick 6. It's going to be the biggest pick 6 opportunity of the meet to date. Good luck. Get involved. Race number 4 here at Keeneland.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 9th race. In race 9, scratch number 11 into Amore. That's Keeneland's 9th and final race. Scratch number 11 into Amore. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 4th race. Claiming race with a price of $20,000, fillies and mares age 3 and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. The jockey for number 1, Extra Sauce Well Done, will be Jorge Ruiz. And the jockey for the 5, Frosted Diamond, will be Luis Saez. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6, $286,000. The carryover main track is fast, turf firm, rail at 0 feet. On the turf course, post time 7 minutes.
There's the number 4 horse, Riviere, for Martin Rook, a filly by Bolt Doro, who cuts back in distance. Her sprint races, she's sprinted 4 times in her 8-race career, and she's not run bad against tougher company. Dropping in for 20 today, she was able to break her maiden going 8 furlongs, a mile distance for maiden 30 back in February. But if you look at her sprint races on turf and dirt, she was facing considerably tougher company at that point in her career at some big-time venues such as Belmont Park and Saratoga, and even down at Kentucky Downs. So at 5-1, she might be a sneaky one to consider in here if you haven't already off the claim for these connections in this barn, winning at 29% first off the claim with a big ROI, return on investment of $2.42. So some positive thoughts and ideas here, I think, with the number 4 horse with Abel Lascano in the saddle. Frosted Diamond, the number 5 horse. This is a horse coming in from Delta Downs down in Louisiana. Prior to that, spent the summer at Prairie Meadows in Altoona, Iowa. A horse that was running 7/8 and 5 furlongs around that bull ring circumference at Delta, that bull ring setup, a tighter turn scenario. So you've got to have speed in those races to be successful, and we'll see if she can translate to the racing here at Keeneland Racecourse, dropping in for $20,000. The last time she was in for a tag, she was in for 10 at Prairie Meadows over in Iowa, and she finished second in a 10,000 claimer, non-1-2 lifetime. But she was the morning line favorite at 8-5. She's currently sitting at 3-1 as the second choice. It is quite the puzzle to start the pick 6. Poll just went over $800,000. The pick 6 begins in less than 4 minutes. Get those tickets together.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, start of the pick six. Moving into line, race 4. Very Wealthy comes forward, moves into line. Here's Riviere. Burlane will be the last one. Comes forward now. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Very Wealthy was off a step slowly. One Stormy Lady comes out for the lead. And here's Little Sass. Little Sass moves up for the lead now. Frosted Diamond between that pair is away running in third. Extra Sauce Well Done is fourth to the inside. Smart with Heart is fifth up on the outside. Very Wealthy after that slow start moves up between horses into the sixth position. Riviere is seventh against the rail. And Burlane is wide in eighth, 6 lengths from the lead. They stack up 3 across, contesting the lead. It is One Stormy Lady far outside. Little Sass to the inside. Frosted Diamond in between that pair as they move on to the far turn. Little Sass has the lead by just a neck, and Frosted Diamond goes second by a length and a half as they round the turn. Smart with Heart is third, has to angle out to the center of the track, still 2 lengths off the front duo, just over a quarter mile to go. Riviere moves up the inside in fourth. Burlane is in traffic, moves up 2 spots from last, 8 lengths off the lead though. They turn for home. Little Sass to the inside, and then Frosted Diamond. Smart with Heart is there. Burlane's going to come late, still fourth out in the center of the racetrack. Extra Sauce Well Done is fifth. Here's Burlane. Burlane moving on the far outside, gets a narrow lead in the final furlong. Burlane rallying from deep in the pack for Corey Lannery. Burlane to win it. Burlane scoots on home for the victory. It was Smart with Heart who was home second, going to be close for third, either Little Sass or Extra Sauce Well Done for that show spot.
A popular win here in race number 4 to start the pick 6. Burlane rallying from off the pace under Corey Lannery to pick up this win. Still has about 3 lengths to make up, but he does it very easily. She does, rather, for trainer Alexis Clare, and Alexis Clare Racing Services picking up her first win in her 3rd try here at Keeneland. Went off at odds of 9-5. The 7 holds for second, and probably the 2 on the far side for the 3rd money, but the photo is on the board for that show spot. But no doubt about the winner, the favorite Burlane, best in race number 4 to start the pick 6.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. Number 8, Burlane, was first. Number 7, Smart with Heart, second. Number 2, Little Sass, third. Number 1, Extra Sauce Well Done, fourth. 8-7-2-1, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, number 8, Burlane, owned by Alexis Clare Racing Services, LLC. Of trainer Alexis Clare, the jockey is Corey Lannery. Burlane, a 3-year-old filly by Congrats, out of cash return by Proud Citizen, bred in Kentucky by Klein Racing. 6 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 13.46 seconds. Fourth race, results official, 8-7-2-1, the official results. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. The turf is listed firm, the rail at 0 feet today. A reminder, the jockey for number 3, Market Malice, Luan Machado. 3, Market Malice, Luan Machado, the jockey. The weight is +1.
This is the group for race number 5 at Keeneland Racecourse. Starts the late pick 5. The pick 6, as you heard, began in race number 4. That pool total with the carryover settled at $1.8 million plus. $1.8 million plus in the pick 6 following race number 4. We appreciate the participation and wish you the best the remainder of the way for those that advanced following leg number 1. This 5th race does start the late pick 5. Race number 5 is a first level allowance race for 4 and up, going 1.5 miles on the firm listed turf course. Truly quality on the outside is the 7-2 favorite for Jonathan Thomas in the Augustin stable, coming off of a pair of runs at Santa Anita, going the shorter distance of 1 mile. He was finishing in both of those races, so the added distance really looks like it will aid him. He's run at further distances like this, including 2 runs here in Kentucky at 1 mile and 5/16 at Kentucky Downs, and then 1 mile and 3/16. So 1.5 miles looks well within his reach here today from this outside draw. He'll lay back and try to make a run at him, one would think, but he did lay close to 1.25 mile pace back in July of last year when he was able to break his maiden at Belmont Park. So maybe an adaptable sort. We'll see how he fares here today, going the 1.5 miles with the 3-turn distance on this firm listed going. The number 5 horse, that is Cyber Ninja for Bill Mott, another runner that looks like he will benefit from the added distance. He's gone as far as 1 mile and 3/8 in his career, so he gets that added furlong. And if you look at those 1 mile and 3/8 races in the fall of last year at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet, he was coming on. So he exits a pair of races at Gulfstream Park this past winter, 1 on turf, 1 on the synthetic at 1 mile and 1/8. He's currently sitting at 6-1. I would not sleep on this horse playing the late pick 5, or even considering a win play at that kind of a price of 6-1, or for that matter, an across the board play at odds of 6-1. The number 9 horse, that is Champagne Juan. He's an overlay 5-1, comes out of a live race. He was beaten by Utah Beach, who we saw just about 10 days ago win here at Keeneland Racecourse in impressive fashion. So the fact that that turned out to be live competition has to be respected here today. He is going to be stepping into the deepest group that he's probably ever faced. And with that being said, running against that very talented runner in Utah Beach is encouraging, but this is a stout group of runners as he sits at 5-1, coming out of the Christophe Clement barn, shipping up from Florida off of his recent workouts down at Payson Park. Good pick 5 opportunity in front of us. This is also leg 2 of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Best of luck in a very competitive 5th race, a first level allowance race here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Milford Farm, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up. Double and pick 3 wagering started the late pick 5. Race 5 at 1.5 miles on the turf, which is listed firm, the rail at 0 feet. Jockey for number 3, Market Malice, Luan Machado. Number 3, Market Malice, Luan Machado, the jockey. The weight is +1. Post time at 7 minutes.
Race 5, less than 6 minutes to post start of the late pick 5 here at Keeneland. Better Bet is the gelding that you're taking a look at on your screen. Just broke his maiden on the 16th of March at Gulfstream Park. Looks like a horse to me that can quicken at this longer distance, and obviously was able to win going 1 mile and 1/16 from well off the pace. He's a well-bred 4-year-old. He's by Justify out of the Galileo First Dam, better. And in this short span of time that we have had Justify standing at stud, he has really worked with Galileo First Dams. You have to look not far to find a lot of stake success and success overall. So a good cross when it comes to the pedigree. And this gelding, he's got a half-sister by the name of War Princess, who was able to break her maiden at the distance of 1 mile and 3/8 as recently as January 14th. So the pedigree is there. The family is there on the dam side. And obviously this cross, as mentioned, is very, very productive. Justify from Galileo First Dam, 6-1 on the board for Better Bet here in race number 5. The number 6 horse, Sergeant Pepper, he is a gorgeous 4-year-old gelding of Uncle Mo for Robert and Luana Lowe. Bred by Bobby Flay Thoroughbreds. Todd Pletcher is the conditioner. He is well related. His mother, Dame Dorothy, was a stakes winner and quite a runner, and she's been a very productive broodmare, daughter of Bernardini, over the course of her broodmare career. She won the Grade 1 Humana Distaff at Churchill Downs, won the Bed of Roses, and looking at the family that she has produced and the half siblings that she has produced, this gelding is a half brother to the stakes winner Spice is Nice, who won the DuPont Distaff at Pimlico back in 2021. But a very good-looking animal, 4-year-old son of Uncle Mo, who just broke his maiden at Gulfstream Park. Obviously a big step up, but he is the second choice in the wagering at 7-2, just behind the number 10 horse Truly Quality, who just clicked down to 3-1 as he was 7-2 whilst over in the paddock for this 5th race. Part of the Clocker Report this morning on Today at Keeneland, working in company with Kerouac, as I mentioned before, who ran earlier on the card here at Keeneland Racecourse. Truly Quality looking to step up at this longer distance with this outside draw. Good luck in race number 5 here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Milford Farm. Start of the late pick 5. Moving into line, race 5. Market Malice and Miracle on Ice go in. Here's Good Medicine. Cyber Ninja and Champagne Juan. Truly Quality, the last one, coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Good Medicine. Good Medicine out for the early lead. Truly Quality going to be caught to the far outside, heading onto that far turn, but does manage to clear some traffic, but still 4 lanes off the rail out the center of the course as they head onto the far turn. Ironsides is there between horses, but Good Medicine is the leader. Good Medicine against the rail leads at a length and a half. Truly Quality is second toward the outside by just a half length. Ironsides is third, a gap of 5 to Champagne Juan against the rail in fourth by 2. Better Bet is also against the rail in the 5th position, heading into the stretch for the first time. Sergeant Pepper is 6th. Cyber Ninja is 7th. Breeze is in 8th position. Market Malice 9th. And Miracle on Ice is last of the 10. The opening quarter went in 23.98 seconds. Headed under the line for the first time, Good Medicine the leader. Good Medicine leads it by just over a length. Truly Quality is second by 3/4 of a length. And then comes Ironsides back toward the inside in third. The first half mile in 49.03. Sergeant Pepper moves up on the outside into the 4th position. Champagne Juan moves off the rail between horses in 5th. Better Bet stays to the inside in 6th, still running 6 lengths off the lead, and is joined there by Cyber Ninja toward the outside in 7th. Breeze is in 8th position, still running 9 from the front onto the back stretch. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to Market Malice and Miracle on Ice. But back up front, Good Medicine the leader. Good Medicine leads it by a length. Then Truly Quality. Ironsides is still there, tucked away to the inside in 3rd. Sergeant Pepper is toward the far outside in 4th. Champagne Juan is still between horses in 5th, just over 3 lengths from the front. Better Bet is 6th down toward the inside. Cyber Ninja goes wide. And then comes Breeze as they head to the turn. Now, Breeze is between horses, still running 7 from the lead. Further back, Miracle on Ice. And finally, Market Malice. But it is Good Medicine and Truly Quality still 1-2 with Sergeant Pepper seeking to join them in 3rd. Ironsides continues to hug the rail in 4th, just 2.5 lengths off the lead. Champagne Juan is still 5th. Better Bet is 6th toward the inside, still 5 from the front. They turn for home. Good Medicine, Truly Quality. Ironsides is now swinging off the rail to the outside, 3 lengths from the front, but trying to get going. Sergeant Pepper, then Champagne Juan, and Better Bet in behind horses. Truly Quality has gone to the lead. Better Bet is running, tries to find an opening, a lane off the rail. Champagne Juan comes from the outside. Then Ironside. Truly Quality. Better Bet is coming with Champagne Juan. Better Bet, Champagne Juan bearing down on Truly Quality. Champagne Juan. Champagne Juan rallies up from the outside to win for Jose Ortiz.
Steady gains for Champagne Juan as he's mid-pack at this point in the black blinkers. Things tighten up there for him for a bit, but then he stays in that spot and it opens back up, and he's going to have clear sailing to run down the 10-horse Truly Quality who'd hit the front. Good rally from the 2-horse as well. Better Bet, who's going to get up for second as the Sons of Justify go 1-2 in race number 5, led by Champagne Juan, the 9 for Christophe Clement.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race: number 9, Champagne Juan, was first. Number 2, Better Bet, was second. Number 10, Truly Quality, third. Number 7, Ironsides, fourth. 9-2-10-7, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, the Milford Farm, number 9, Champagne Juan, owned by RT Racing Stable of Ramon Talage, trained by Christophe Clement. Jose Ortiz, the jockey. Champagne Juan, a 4-year-old son of Justify, out of Well Moneyed by Maria's Mon, bred in Kentucky by Newstead Corporation. Keeneland September graduate Champagne Juan, 12 furlongs over the turf listed firm, 229.03. In the winner's circle, the Milford Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of Champagne Juan. Race 5, results official. 9-2-10-7, the official results. Keeneland 6th race upcoming. This will start the late pick 4. The main track is fast. The turf is firm. Race 6 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. A reminder, the jockey for the 4, Newhart, Jose Ortiz. Number 4, Newhart, Jose Ortiz will be the jockey. At Keeneland, the early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. The start of the late pick 4 gets underway here in race 6. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, a starter allowance for 3-year-olds and up at 1 1/16 over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. A reminder, the jockey for the 4 Newhart is Jose Ortiz. 4 Newhart, the jockey Jose Ortiz. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Track is fast, turf is firm, 8 minutes to post.
Taking a look at some of the contenders on track for the upcoming 6th race. The number 4 Newhart is one of them. This will be my top selection, sent out by Michael Stidham. Jose Ortiz gets them out now. I just think there's more from what we saw from this horse last time out. He won in his first race against Maiden Claiming Company at Turfway Park. Then he came back against Starter Allowance Company, and he did not get out of the gate at all that day. Obviously, he was double-digit lengths last, and he couldn't overcome that, especially considering how the track was playing that particular day. I do think the main track is, it's very fair surface with what we're working with right now. So the number 4 Newhart, I hope for an improved performance in his second start here at Keeneland during the meet. The number 1 York Tavern, first off the claim for trainer Kent Sweezy. He has shown some speed against higher levels of competition in the past. Even when you look at his allowance races at Keeneland and at Churchill last spring, he was involved in some quick paces. So I actually think that's encouraging, having drawn the rail today. I hope he can find himself with a forward position and go on from there. The number 6 horse, Maximum Capacity, is the 3rd selection. At the end of the day, this horse is probably going to be the fastest early. I think the 1 could probably just stalk behind this horse. He is now stretching out to the 2-turn mile and a 16th. The farthest he's been is the mile. At the end of the day, I'm not sure which surface he's best on, whether it be the turf or the dirt, but I definitely think he's better going a distance of ground, and maybe he'll get some confidence back into himself now, stretching out to the 2 turns and once again hopefully leading the field. One more horse I wanted to mention, just because he looked great on the track, the number 5 Dr. Kringle. He's also being bet as the 5-2, I believe, favorite right now. He just looked well. He looks like a horse that no worse for the wear after that disappointing performance last time out. For whatever reason, he did not show up. He was well meant in that field against Allowance Company, didn't show up. It wasn't because he didn't like the synthetic surface. Maybe it was just because it was a little bit too fast for him. He was run off his feet early, and I do think his better performances is when he can really get going. His last dirt race was impressive. It looked like it took him a while to build to that, but now he looks like an improving 5-year-old. So we'll see what happens with this horse on the board right now at 5-2. But it is a competitive group. This race does kick off the final pick 4 opportunity of the day. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 6. Newhart comes forward, then 3 more to load. Dr. Kringle, now maximum capacity. Beaumont Red, the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, first wire at the post. And they're off. There goes Beaumont Red, and there goes York Tavern. Beaumont Red to the lead. York Tavern now second as they head down to the first turn with maximum capacity moving up from the outside into the 3rd position. Beaumont Red is the leader, though. Beaumont Red gets to the rail, leads it by a length and a half. York Tavern goes second. Maximum capacity is up to the outside of that one to challenge for that second spot. Brown Liquor Man is behind that pair against the rail in the 4th position. 2.5 more lengths back to Dr. Kringle, who's in 5th. Junior's Gift is in 6th. And Newhart last to the 7, running 10 lengths off the lead. Opening quarter went in 23.58 seconds. On to the backstretch, Beaumont Red the leader. Beaumont Red leads it by 3/4 of a length. Maximum capacity is second by a length. York Tavern third, 3/4 of a length. And then Brown Liquor Man to the outside is inching forward from the 4th position by 1 length. Dr. Kringle is 5th and running 5 from the lead as they head off the end of the backstretch. Junior's Gift and then a break of 8 more lengths back to Newhart, who continues to trail the first half mile, 47.23 seconds. Beaumont Red the leader. Beaumont Red leads at a half length, maximum capacity, and then Brown Liquor Man up on the outside. Now here's maximum capacity between horses. Takes the lead by a neck on the turn. Beaumont Red is second by 3/4 of a length at the quarter pole. And then Brown Liquor Man, who's third, a gap of 4 more lengths back to York Tavern in 4th. Dr. Kringle 5th on the outside is still 7 from the lead. They're 3 across for the lead at the top of the short stretch. And here comes Brown Liquor Man to the far outside. Beaumont Red is there to the inside. Maximum capacity between that pair and Junior's Gift. Junior's Gift is now 4th. York Tavern is in 5th. Deep into the final furlong of the short stretch, Beaumont Red the leader. Junior's Gift has gone to 2nd. Beaumont Red has the lead by 4. Beaumont Red, Jose Riquelme. Beaumont Red to win it. Junior's Gift did come for 2nd. And then further back, York Tavern in 3rd. And Brown Liquor Man was 4th.
Well, the pace scenario seemed unclear on paper, but Jose Riquelme taking the initiative and sending this horse, Beaumont Red, to the lead and never looking back. That was the winning move going into the first turn and securing this front-running position. This also looks like an improving horse for trainer Keith DeSormo, and he pairs up back-to-back wins on form and pulls off a big upset here at 7-1, 7-2-1-3 across the finish line unofficially.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. Number 7, Beaumont Red, was first. Number 2, Junior's Gift, was second. Number 1, York Tavern, third. Number 3, Brown Liquor Man, fourth. 7-2-1-3 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, number 7, Beaumont Red, owned by Respect the Valleys, LLC, of Roger Rachal Jr. Keith DeSormo is the trainer, and Jose Riquelme, the winning jockey. Beaumont Red, a 4-year-old son of Texas Red, out of Swanky Jazz by Flat Out. Winner bred in Kentucky by Thoroughbred Acadiana, Joe Mulholland Jr. and John Mulholland. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 45.88 seconds. Sixth race results official. 7-2-1-3, the official results. Keeneland's seventh race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering, starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 2, Blue Kentucky, and scratch number 6, Angkor. As a result of those scratches, no superfecta on race 7. Contrary to the program, no superfecta on the 7th race. Track is fast.
Race 7 is a very competitive 3 other than allowance race. They're going to be heading out to the dirt course at the distance of 7 furlongs. And originally, the number 6 Encore definitely looked like the horse to beat, sent out by Phil Bauer. Now, with that horse out, Phil Bauer is only represented by the number 1 Warrior Johnny. And I really do like this horse's chances coming into today. He is coming in off of a layoff. Rail post position at 7/8 is not always an easy trip, but he's a type of horse that can find himself forwardly placed. I'm not saying he'll be on the lead at this 1-turn distance, but he won't be too far off of it. I think you can just consider, say, the last time that he was sprinting, that was going 7.5 furlongs at Churchill Downs. He found himself on the lead that day and drew off to win by 4 lengths in the end. Obviously, his last race of the season was a little bit disappointing, but at the end of the day, I think this is a horse that might be better at these middle distances, and he's also proven that he can run well fresh. So the 1 Warrior Johnny will be the top pick for me at 3-1. Let's take a look at the 3 Eyeing Clover. You got to respect him because of the connections. I just don't know if I quite trust him. I know that was a really tough race at the fairgrounds last time out. Mr. Wireless, Kavad, horses that finished in front of him are very, very good. And last season, he was pretty much going against straight 3-year-olds. So, you know, that race, I think, was a little eye-opening for him coming back in his 4-year-old season and going against old class horses like those that he went against last time out. I'm curious to see how he's going to navigate this distance of 7 furlongs. I anticipate a forward trip under Florent Giroux. He's very fast. We've seen from him in some of his sprint races that he can make the lead and reel off pretty quick fractions. So I think that might be the best case scenario for this horse at 9-5. And then finally, the number 4 Eyewitness for trainer Wesley Ward. You can't leave Wesley Ward out in any race, whether it's a 2-year-old race, an allowance race, an older maiden special weight race, whatever it might be. Across the board, Wesley Ward is having an outstanding spring meet this year in particular. The 4 Eyewitness, for what it's worth, is entered in the Horses of Racing Age sale here tomorrow evening, so do take note of that. He will be sold as, he will be offered as hip number 106. But this horse sent out by Wesley Ward, you know, he might be the fastest of all of these horses. Maybe this 4 horse can lead them under Jose Ortiz. Maybe he gets a little pace pressure from the 3 Eyeing Clover. But his best races, I find, are when he is forwardly placed. The question mark for him, oddly enough, in his 8th career start, is he's trying the dirt for the first time today. He's had a couple of races on the turf, a couple of races on the synthetic, so it's curious to see him on the main track for the first time today. But he's a versatile sort, he's very fast, and like I said, even though he was disappointing last time out, Wesley Ward, he points for the spring meet at Keeneland, and I think he can build off of that last race that we saw at Turfway Park. Competitive group coming up next here as the betting public is trying to go back and forth between the 3 and the 7 as your favorite. Bourbon Heist is one of them. We'll take a closer look at some of these horses as they go trackside and report back in just a few minutes. We're 14 minutes out from race 7.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Glen Oak, an allowance optional claiming race for a price of $100,000. 4-year-olds and up, 7 furlongs over the main track, which is listed fast. A reminder, scratch the 2. Blue Kentucky, also scratch number 6, Angkor. As a result of those scratches, no superfecta on race 7, but double and pick 3 wagering are featured, and this starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time in 7 minutes.
Let's take a look at 2 other horses that I didn't mention in the paddock. One of them is the number 5, Condemn. We actually heard in an interview with Tom Leech on Today at Keeneland with Tommy Drury. He said that he thought that he was up against the track in his last race. He kind of felt that it was a speed-pious track that particular day at Turfway, and he was against the grain of the track. He really couldn't make up any ground whatsoever. And I do think that that's significant. On top of that, it was a heck of a race. It was very hard. Arrest Me Red, Out of Door, Smoke and Jay. We're talking about horses that are competitive at the graded stakes level. So that came up to be an incredibly difficult race. And I'm not saying that this is an easy field, but I would say that it's a bit of a class relief from his last effort. I also thought he looked phenomenal on the track. Just looks like a really happy, healthy horse, breaking away from the pony right now to get a good warm-up under jockey Luis Saez. He was actually physically my favorite horse in the post parade. We'll see what he can do at 7-1. The number 7, Bourbon Heist, he also looked well for trainer Ian Wilkes, and he has gone against some stiff competition in the past. The issue with him is that this does seem to be a bit of a compact field with the scratches, and he has 0 speed. He's going to be closing from well off of the pace. We also heard in a separate interview on Today at Keeneland, conducted by Tom Leech with Ian Wilkes, Ian said that this is a kind of a particular horse. He can be a bit quirky in that you have to really time your move appropriately. You can't move too slowly. You can't move too quickly. Otherwise, if he makes the lead, he might stop on you. So this is in the hands of one of the best riders in the country, in Irad Ortiz Jr., multiple champion jockey. But still, it is hard to figure out a horse off the jump when you don't have any experience with them in the past, especially if they can be a little bit quirky to ride. We'll see if he gets the right type of pace set up today, but he does look well on the track. He is on the board at 2-1. Horses warming up for race 7. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Glen Oak. Moving into line, race 7. Warrior Johnny goes into the gate. Here's Eyeing Clover. Eyewitness will come forward. 2 more to load. Here's Condemn. Bourbon Heist, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Eyewitness from between horses, out for the early lead. Eyeing Clover to the inside. Here's Condemn moving up from the outside. But it is Eyewitness who's got the lead and gets over next to the rail. Leads up by just a head, though. Condemn is second up on the outside, a length and a half. Then Bourbon Heist, who travels toward the far outside, is in the 3rd position. Eyeing Clover has some room to move up closer 4th. Down next to the rail, 2.5 lengths from the lead. And Warrior Johnny is last of the 5, but right there with the rest as they work their way off the end of the backstretch with Eyewitness, the leader, the opening quarter in 22.84 seconds. Eyewitness leads at a length and a half to the far turn. Condemn is second by a length. Then Bourbon Heist on the outside, who's third by just a neck to Eyeing Clover. Warrior Johnny is trying to move up between horses from 5th, but still 3.5 lengths from the lead as they round the far turn. And Eyewitness is the leader. Condemn is second. Bourbon Heist is third to the far outside. Now a gap of 5 back to Eyeing Clover. Warrior Johnny at the back. A quarter mile to go. Eyewitness to catch as they turn for home. Bourbon Heist is second up on the outside. Eyewitness with Bourbon Heist coming forward from the outside now to challenge as they move into the final furlong. Then Condemn, Warrior Johnny, and Eyeing Clover. Eyewitness is still there with a short lead, but no more. Here's Bourbon Heist, 16th to go. Bourbon Heist. Irad Ortiz Jr. moving by, moving on, headed to the winner's circle. Bourbon Heist to win it. Eyewitness was across the line in second and was followed by Condemn, Warrior Johnny, and Eyeing Clover.
And this is why year after year, Irad Ortiz Jr. finds himself as the leading jockey in the nation, multiple champion jockey as well, because he knows how to win races. And Ian Wilkes said prior to this race that this horse can be a little tricky. He needs a well-timed move, and he got a well-timed move today under Irad Ortiz Jr. to rally from off the pace and win this race easily in the end at 9-5, 7-4-5, unofficially across the finish line for race 7.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 7, Bourbon Heist, was first. Number 4, Eyewitness, second. Number 5, Condemn, was third. And number 1, Warrior Johnny, was fourth. 7-4-5-1 unofficial. Race 7 results official, 7-4-5-1. The official results into the winner's circle. The official winner of Race 7, the Glen Oak, number 7, Bourbon Heist, owned by the Bourbon Lane Stable of Jamie Hill and Michael McMahon, trained by Ian Wilkes, the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. for his second win on the card. Bourbon Heist, a 5-year-old gelded son of Practical Joke out of Elusive, won by Elusive Quality, bred in Kentucky by Muller Thoroughbred Stable Limited. Keeneland September graduate Bourbon Heist, 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 22.72 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Glen Oak Trophy presentation to the connections of Bourbon Heist. Keeneland's 8th and featured race upcoming. The turf-listed firm, rail at 0 feet. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch number 3, Kamikaze Umagi. Also scratch number 7, Sputnik. And scratch the 12, Voice from Above.
Race 8 is a very nice allowance race for straight 3-year-old fillies, and they're going to be heading out to the firm turf course at 1 mile and 3/16. Take a look at some of the top contenders here. In the 11, Tarnima is the top pick for me. Florent Giroux aboard for trainer Brad Cox. Now, she is a little bit lightly raced, but I think she's got a world of talent and a bright future. She faced really nice fillies in her first race down at the fairgrounds. She didn't really get out of the gate that well. She overcame that to rally, make up a ton of lengths, and finished third in that event. Pink Polka Dots, the winner, she would come back out to win. Miss Quality Control, the second place finisher, would come back to win. And of course, this filly, she would come back to win. And if you go back and actually watch that replay, the pace held together somewhat well, and she just absolutely ran down the front runners to go on to win by over 3 lengths in the end. So it was a dominating performance, I thought, and that gives me the confidence in her to face winners for the first time off of that maiden score last time out at the fairgrounds. The number 9, Style Points, she is probably the most accomplished filly in this field, as she has gone against Graded Stakes Company in the past 2 starts. She almost won against Graded Stakes Company in the Grade 3 Swedish Chant 2 starts back. She paired that up with an improved performance to finish second in the Grade 3 Florida Oaks at Tampa Bay Downs. She, to me, seems like a versatile filly. She found herself a little bit farther off the pace last time, but when she was racing at Gulfstream, she was able to be a little bit more tactical and be more forwardly placed. So really, Joel Rosario can place her wherever he really needs to, and we know that she's going to fire. Overall, even though she is coming out of those defeats against Graded Stakes Company, she still looks like an improving type of filly. So one step forward off of those performances is really going to put her in a tough spot to beat against this competition today. The number 4, Hello Hollywood, I like her in the hopes that she improves with the distance. So Brian Lynch, he's tried her at the 2-turn, 7.5 furlongs 3 times down at Gulfstream Park. She won one of those times against Maiden Special Weight Company, but it featured a very slow pace. She managed to be forwardly placed in that race. And then she came back in the Sanibel Island, and she found herself well off the pace. Now, the race kind of set up for closers. The winner closed. It was a fast pace. I didn't really like her overall. I shouldn't say I didn't like it. I just thought it was an okay performance against Stakes Company last time out. She could be a totally different filly at this distance, because I don't know how many gears she has really at the end of the day, but 1 mile and 3/16, stretching out from 7.5 furlongs, she'll be forwardly placed, and she might be really tough to pass at this particular distance. She's a lovely price too at 7-1. See what she can do, and we'll take a closer look at some of the other contenders here as they go postward for the 8th race up next.
horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 8th race, the Lantern Hill, an allowance for fillies 3 years of age, 1 mile and 3/16 over the turf, which is listed firm. Rail at 0 feet. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch number 3, Kamikaze Umagi. Also scratch number 7, Sputnik. And scratch the 12, Voice from Above. Post time in 3 minutes.
We'll touch on some of these turf fillies here, the number 1 Sassy Princess being one of them. And she's a lightly framed filly, but she looked lovely today walking out to the track under Flavien Prat. I do also like the fact that she gets to the rail draw today because she's had outside post positions and almost all of her turf efforts and really posted towards the outside last time out. I just have a feeling that she's going to appreciate an inside draw, maybe getting covered up, getting down to the rail with a ground-saving trip, just stalking the pace and going on from there. But she just has a lot of positive energy that I'm seeing on the track. The number 5 Royal Wintour is, she's acting up a little bit. Let's hope she calms down there, popping up on her hind legs. The 5 Royal Wintour was probably one of my favorite physical horses that I've seen here on the track in this race. I just thought she holds a lot of good condition. She certainly looks like a turf filly, I should say, from top to bottom. And she also looks like a filly that's really starting to figure things out. She closed from off of it in her first race, and then she came back to show improved speed in her second start. So I'm really liking all that I see from this 6-1 shot on track for trainer Graham Motion. The 6 Midsummer March, when I was looking at these fillies, she certainly looks like a turf filly. She's a filly by Mendelssohn. She's out of a Munnings mare. I can understand why they tried her on the main track. She definitely looks like a 2-turn type of horse, but to me, she's really giving off turf vibes. I like this transition from dirt to turf today. I didn't necessarily pick her in terms of, my top 3, but I certainly would change my mind after looking at her on track. And Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez Jr., they're sneaky with this type of move. So pay attention to the 6 right now on the board at a big price at 20-1. And then finally, the number 8 Sacred Image. It's kind of crazy to think that we're getting 11-1 on a Chad Brown, Peter Brandt homebred with Tyler Gaffleone. We're talking about the Chad Brown with the leading jockey aboard, for Peter Brandt. I mean, it's crazy at 11-1. Now, I know that her last race wasn't great, but she did overcome, somewhat of a moderate pace in her first race to go on and win, and I think it's always very impressive when a horse can get the job done at first asking. So look for this horse at double-digit odds, especially considering the connections. And she's actually offered in the Keeneland April sale as hip number 52, so take note of that as well if you're heading over to the sale on Friday evening. They're going postward here quickly for race 8. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate and are moving into line for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, the Lantern Hill. Hello Hollywood goes in. Janie Creed coming forward. Royal Winter. Here's Midsummer March. Tarnima, the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Sassy Princess broke alertly from the inside, comes out for the early lead. There is Style Points in the center of the course. Plenty of company up front from between horses. Here comes Hello Hollywood. Hello Hollywood just off the early leader's flank. Sassy Princess against the rail. Hello Hollywood, and then Midsummer March, who moves up third on the outside, followed by Reigning Sugar in fourth back toward the rail. Royal Winter outward from the rail in fifth at the entrance to the first turn. Style Points gets over to the inside, will save some ground from the sixth position around the turn. Sacred Image, another length and a half behind her, travels in seventh, 8 lengths off the lead. Tarnima to the outside moves up one spot into the 8th position, and Janie Creed is last of 9, opening quarter 23.82 seconds. Sassy Princess the leader. Sassy Princess leads it by a half length up the backstretch. Hello Hollywood is second, a length and a half. Midsummer March third on the outside ahead. Reigning Sugar a close fourth, and now challenging for third to the inside. A break of 3 more lengths then to Royal Winter toward the center of the pack in 5th position. Style Points is 6th against the rail, 7 lengths from the lead. Sacred Image, Tarnima to the outside. Janie Creed at the back, 47.92 seconds. The time for the first half mile. Sassy Princess the leader. Sassy Princess by 3/4 of a length to Hello Hollywood onto the far turn. Another length and a half then to Reigning Sugar, who's third by a neck. Midsummer March is fourth on the outside, followed by Royal Winter in 5th. Style Points is still 6th against the rail, still 7 lengths off the lead. Quarter mile to go. Sassy Princess to catch, leading it by a length and a half to Hello Hollywood. Reigning Sugar to the inside. Style Points is in 4th position. Royal Winter is 5th. Style Points tries to get going, still 5 lengths from the lead of Sassy Princess. Hello Hollywood is 2nd. Style Points is 3rd. Royal Winter 4th. Hello Hollywood is right alongside of Sassy Princess, and now Style Points and Royal Winter. Style Points and Royal Winter coming. Head bobbing photo for the win in the feature.
Photo finish for the win, but we'll take another look at the stretch run, and there were 4 horses stacked across the stretch run here. The one towards the inside, she was setting the tempo early. We saw the 4 making a bid in the mid part of the stretch. Here comes a late closing run from the 9 Style Points and the 5 Royal Winter, and it's going to come down to a head bob in the end. We'll take another look at the stretch run, get a closer look at these 2 horses rallying from off the pace out in the center of the racetrack. Slow motion view as they approach the finish line, inside, outside. Ooh, that's a close one. I'm going to let the photo finish call this one.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 8th race in the photo. Number 9, Style Points, finished first. Number 5, Royal Winter, second. Number 4, Hello Hollywood, third. Number 1, Sassy Princess, fourth. 9541, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's featured 8th race, the Lantern Hill, number 9, Style Points, owned by the Cheyenne Stables LLC of Everett Dobson. 2 wins today for trainer Christophe Clement, Joel Rosario, the jockey. Style Points, 3-year-old filly by Oscar Performance out of Mystical Star by Ghost Sapper, bred in Kentucky by Candy Meadows LLC. A mile and 3/16 over the firm turf, 1 minute 55.3 seconds. The results official. 9541, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Lantern Hill Trophy presentation for the featured 8th race to the connections of Style Points. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming, a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $7,022. Main track is fast. A reminder, scratch the 11 into Amore. Again, scratch the 11 into Amore.
As you just saw from that graphic, we do have a super high five carryover in the nightcap over $7,000. So take advantage of this opportunity here for race 9, a maiden special weight, 6 furlongs on the dirt. And my top pick is going to be the 8 Conquest Dancer, a filly by Frosted, sent out by trainer Wayne Catalano. Her works have been solid, and I actually had the opportunity to talk to Wayne last week about this filly when she was entered, and he has been really impressed by her workouts in the morning. She just seems like a natural athlete. She's been clocking them locally, which I think is significant as well. And Wayne Catalano, he can certainly get one ready to win at first asking. A filly by Frosted and City Zip on the bottom side, the dam sire. And I always love to see City Zip in the bloodlines. I just think you usually get a win early type of pedigree when that is the case. So we'll see what the 8 Conquest Dancer can do at first asking, but I do think it's telling that she attracts the likes of our leading rider and Tyler Gaffleone. The 10, Plum Tricky, and these types of races, sometimes the horses with race experience are a little forgotten, and I think that's the case right now because she should be lower than 9-2. This is a very nice filly, and she seems to be improving with each and every start. Her last race was by far her best race on form. She suffered a narrow defeat that day as the 3-1 favorite against a very talented group of maiden special weight horses, and she just has the race experience, and sometimes that's all that matters. She's not slow either. It's not like she's going to be dependent on the pace. She can be quick from the stalls from that outside post position, and I think she's a logical and one of the top contenders here. That takes me to the number 1, Day Dawning, a first-time starter for Jonathan Thomas, and talking about local drills. Well, she certainly has been impressive in the morning. Some of her workouts really pop off the page as she has fired a couple of bullets in the month of March, and that kind of spilled onto April as well. She has another really nice pedigree. She is by Classic Empire. She's out of Dear to All, a Tale of the Cat Mare. She's a horse. She's a half-sister to a horse by the name of Out of Sorts, who is a stakes winner, albeit on the turf. But a very nice pedigree, and obviously they paid a lot for her at a 2-year-old in training sale. So usually when I see that, it means that they're fast and they've been eye-catching if they can work that quickly as a 2-year-old. So the 1 Day Dawning makes a lot of sense, and she clearly is being bet right now as a live horse, as she is 2-1 on the board right now. We'll take a closer look at some of these horses as they come trackside. Really nice group of maiden special weight fillies up next to round out this afternoon program.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Mockmer Hall, a maiden special weight for 3-year-old fillies, 6 furlongs over the main track, listed fast. Scratched the 11 into Amore, number 11 scratched. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $7,022. Post time in 7 minutes.
Looking at some of these first-time starters warming up for their first race. The number 1, Day Dawning, is one of them, sent out by trainer Jonathan Thomas, and clearly she is live on the board. She's backed by the betting public. She's 2-1 right now. Her workouts have been impressive in the morning. She also looks incredibly fit for this first race today. She isn't the biggest filly when you compare her in size to, say, the 8. The 8 is a massive-looking horse. But Day Dawning, she just looks like a natural athlete, and she looks very fit. You can just see the muscle definition in her shoulder and her hindquarters. So all is well with this first-time starter. She looks live. The number 4, Carolina Candy. This is a big long shot. What is she? 20-1 right now. I wonder what she can do today. You know, she didn't really perform in her first race, but that was a fall of last year. John Ennis, her trainer, clearly has given her time since then. He does well with second-time starters. He does well with maidens across the board. And I thought that it was interesting that this filly, she wasn't a huge long shot in her first race in the fall. 12-1 that day, and she did show speed from the gate. She just got tired and stopped, but I thought she just looked like an attractive horse that may be a live long shot that can outrun her odds today. The number 5, Miyako, for trainer Brian Lynch. I'm curious to see what the end goal is for this filly. She is a very attractive filly, but sometimes, I mean, I got a quick look at her, but she does kind of look like she could like the turf eventually too, but she finds herself in this dirt sprint today. She's a filly by Yoshida. She has a nice Irish pedigree, English pedigree on the bottom side as well. She actually did work several times on the turf course down at Palm Meadows, but she did follow those up with 2 impressive drills on the dirt at Keeneland. So we'll see what she can do on this surface at first asking today. And then finally, the 8, Conquest Dancer. I was saying, kind of in comparison to the 1, look at her size. She just is all leg. She is a big filly, big attractive filly too. So, you know, I just think she looks very fit coming into today. She is probably almost double the size of the 1, but having really good energy on the main track today, and she will be my top selection. She's on the board right now at 5-1. for what it's worth, this just seems like there's some really nice fillies in this race. So even though, there can only be one winner in this race, likely, but pay attention to maybe some of the horses that are defeated in this race moving forward, too, because I think this is just all around going to be a very live race moving forward. Some very attractive fillies in this group of maiden special weights. We'll see how it all unfolds in 3 minutes. Best of luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Mockmer Hall. Moving into line for the 9th race. Ain't No Other moves into line, along with Conquest Dancer. Velvet Kisses. Same Old Fears comes forward. Carolina Candy. Miyako. Plum Tricky, the last one. Going in. At the post. And they are off. Carolina Candy broke awkwardly, and so did Conquest Dancer, as well as Miyako. And those three at the back with some running to do now as they head up the backstretch. Day Dawning's away in good order, has the lead. Same Old Fears is there to the far outside, and then Velvet Kisses, who's up close in between that pair. Ain't No Other, close up fourth, down toward the inside, flanked by Plum Tricky, who is fifth up on the outside. Dial Home, outward from the rail, is in the sixth position. Carolina Candy is now 7th down to the inside, running 6 lengths off the lead. Haniwa travels along in the 8th position. Miyako is next on the outside, and Conquest Dancer, after that awkward beginning, is last and is trying to come off the rail and thread the needle through a lot of traffic at the back of the pack as they move for the top of the stretch. Day Dawning, the leader, and Plum Tricky is there on the outside to come at her. Same Old Fears is in behind horses. Ain't No Other, and then Dial Home 5th on the outside. Conquest Dancer still 8 lengths away from Plum Tricky. Plum Tricky has opened up on a 5-length lead inside the 8th pole. Carolina Candy is moving late to the inside toward 2nd. Conquest Dancer toward 3rd, but it's Plum Tricky in front for Brian Hernandez Jr. Plum Tricky to win it. Huge efforts from Carolina Candy in 2nd and also Conquest Dancer in 3rd.
When it's all said and done, the winner goes to the horse with the most race experience, the number 10 Plum Tricky. She looked like a filly that was improving with each and every start, and she finally breaks her maiden in her 5th career start today for trainer Dallas Stewart. As she was very impressive today, but like I said, pay attention to some of the losers in this race. The 4, Carolina Candy, ran a big race, and the 8, Conquest Dancer, also ran a big race after a very tardy beginning. But today is the day for the 10 Plum Tricky, your winner of the nightcap.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 9th race. Number 10, Plum Tricky, was 1st. Number 4, Carolina Candy, was 2nd. Number 8, Conquest Dancer, was 3rd. Number 7, Dial Home, 4th. Number 5, Miyako, 5th. 10-4-8-7-5 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 9th race, the Mockmer Hall, number 10, Plum Tricky. Owned by Rock Ridge Racing LLC of Cody Guffey, trained by Dallas Stewart, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Plum Tricky, 3-year-old filly by Speightstown out of Pretty at War by Warfront, bred in Kentucky by Whisper Hill Farm LLC. Keeneland September graduate Plum Tricky gets the 6 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 12.29 seconds. Race 9 results official. 10-4-8-7-5, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Mockmer Hall Trophy presentation to the connections of Plum Tricky. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 of $27,786. Tomorrow, final day of the spring meet here at Keeneland. Mandatory payout, special post time, 12:30 p.m. Eastern. And, of course, the Horses of Racing Age sale tomorrow evening at 6:30. Doubleheader coming up here tomorrow, racing and sales. A reminder that the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for another 15 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.